go live. Let's check. Ok. Esto se ve más fluido. Ok, genial. Hello everyone. This is Pedro Lara, comic book artist. I'm inking real-time live drawing of my Webtoon canvas webcomic. This comic is going to be my entry to the call to action contest on Webtoons. This contest is about creating a comic, an action comic. Let's make some slight updates to this frame that I draw off camera last night because I was so tired that I couldn't podcast anymore. But I think it looked quite amazing, don't you think? I have updated my camera. I hope everything looks smooth. I updated the screen capture software. Hello, Josiah. Oh, wow. Have new regulars. Josiah, let me know if this camera looks better. My mouse, if it moves more 60 framey ish. I think the other one, the one before was like 12 frames per second, and this one should look a little bit faster. Yeah, I think it looks better. Yeah, I was explaining a lot of shit in previous uh, streams about how to make your traces better, and when I look back at the video, everything was like the difference between this and this, and everything looks exactly the same because it didn't capture all the information. Okay, so where we were at, the monster transform and start fighting, right? Bullets are useless with this guy. I think this guy always speaks in bold. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is bold. Not sure. Yes, it was bold. What's going on? Okay. And Trish protects some soldiers, but she cannot hold it anymore. And from far behind, the goblin shoots one of the laser cannons that he regained control of previously in the comic, in this same episode, and shoots down the monster. And I think this frame looks pretty amazing. I didn't have too much too much faith because this is how it looked before. 1 second, and not in this frame. Here, this is how it looked before. So I didn't have too much faith on this frame. Actually, I thought I thought this frame is one of the weakest ones, one of the weakest frames in the comic, the whole comic, and turn out to me right now is one of the strongest because it looks so powerful, and I wanted that, and I wanted the colors to be super white, and maybe the inks a little bit transparent, and just watercolor light blue around here. So it's like the camera is overexposed by the light, right? Like a camera watching a lightning, and that's my creative idea for coloring for this scene. I want it to be super powerful because the next frame is that the monster just gets angrier. So that's what they are talking about there. We're just pissing him off. But he is made of metal, so metal softened with fire. And this guy has a fire flamethrower, so he's going to use much power of his flamethrower. And then Nina is going to jump and hit him. So he's going to try to weak him with fire, and then Nina will land a knockout shot on this guy, this monster. So here the pencils are super loose, but I think that's a good idea. This looks this looks like a toilet, but it's not. It's not a toilet. He doesn't have a toilet in his back, but it looks. He has like a mini forge. It's like a mini forge where he can make weapons on the fly. He is a dwarf after all. It's very heavy, this forge. Very heavy. Normal person cannot transport something like that. Heavy and hot. But the dwarf, this dwarf, the dwarfs on this universe, the pure blooded ones, are fire and lava resistant. In fact, they have lava blood. It's on their blood, the fire. So it's not explained in the comic at all, at least not in this chapter. Probably it's going to be explained further in future chapters. His powers and his flamethrower, but this flame is not your average flame. It's way stronger. It will melt metal and stone very fast. So this guy, even though looks like he's walking normally against the flame, he's been weakened, 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 something like that. He's suffering some heavy damage. It's just that he's now like in berserker mode, so he receives damage and just gets angrier and angrier. It's like the Hulk. It's not invincible like the Hulk. This guy is defeatable. undefeatable. Oh, I feel that I have way more energy to work today than yesterday. Yesterday was completely toilet backpack. Yeah, it looks like a toilet. I think the design is that it's just that is like a small forge. I don't know if I'm saying the name okay, but it has like a door, like a mini oven, right? This you can see the the flames there, right? And it has an escape chimney, like some kind of small chimney. So he this is like a small oven where he can melt metal and shit. He can use his own blood to make the oven really hot. And then here he has like a mini. What's the name of this thing that looks like this? Looks like it that falls on the head of Willie the Coyote all the time. and and they use like they put here sword and they hammer the sword while the metal is hot. So what's the name of this shit? That is a mini one of those. Okay, and this connects to his armor, so he can melt metal, and here he can shape the metal with a hammer. He just takes the backpack and places it on the floor. It will stand in the floor the same way a toilet will stand in the floor. So it's the same shape as a toilet. I may have designed it different, but I realize after the fact that yeah, it looks like a toilet. Looks like a toilet. Sorry, guys. It is not. Egon, and his knights. Wow, knights. It's your comic on modern times. Is your comic on contemporary, or it's in the past, or it's in the future? Tell me about it, please. It helps me draw faster when I'm talking with somebody. I want to know about this comic of yours. Want to know more because I think I know already some. I don't know if there is too much delay of when you write something and when I see it live. My first streams were very delay, like 30 seconds or something around that. I want his mouth to be more like open here. It's in the past. It's in the past going into the future. So your comic goes into two time frames, may I say. It has like flashbacks and then go into its current time, which is in the future, or just expands from the past in the early chapters and then runs into the later chapters into the future. They are not like the Knights Templar or knights that pretend queens. They are knights like what then? Explain yourself. I think things are going to have, things are going to burn the tongue. It's going to make the tongue not so long. I want you to stay put. What kind of knights? Like knights of the whole old republic? What is the archetype? What is the archetype of those knights? Because you're talking in archetypes, I think. This is what you're doing. Shh, 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 shh. Don't scratch. This is what you're doing, even though you may be aware of that you are doing it or not. But it's a simple way of describing is that you're using archetypes. Arquetipos. It spans from the past into modern times. Yeah, okay, yeah. It covers a lot of time terrain. Arch type. Archetype. Archetype. I don't know what archetype. This is what you are using. Is my sound? Is my sound okay? Like soldiers. Well, Templars were soldiers. Knight Templars were soldiers. Were soldiers of the cleric. They were cleric soldiers. It's just in at those times. I think the concept of soldier wasn't like in modern times. But basically, they were men that went to the war to fight for X cause, right? And the knighthood was like an incentive for them to go to that war. And what the cleric did with the Templars is that it removes like all the knighthood privileges in exchange for like privilege in heaven. Very clever, guys. So they have to denounce or renounce to all their own possessions and land and give the land to the Pope, I think, to the Templar Order, I think. So the Templar Order became really rich, really rich. Okay, so why I'm talking about archetype? Archetype, it's a very um, how can I say useful way of creating characters, and I use it all the time. And it's not just a way to for creating characters; it's a way of defining what the hell your character is easy for you, because sometimes we don't even know what our characters are or what they represent in the psyche of our readers. So let's take as example the archetype of Batman is obvious. He is a dark knight. That is his archetype. they placed they use the archetype in the name, right? And you can have any amount of archetypes. And you can name them whatever you want, but most of the time the thing with the archetypes is that they follow some kind of structure. So if you have the vampire archetype, uh, generally this archetype comes with a package, right? The vampire archetype most likely is going to be dark, most likely is going to be related with the night, most likely is going to be related with blood. Uh, so if you remove uh, some of the aspects of that archetype, your archetype may feel or weak or confusing, right? Like your anti-vampire. Your anti-vampire, anti is like this or is like this. Anti-vampire. It's confusing because like he needs blood, but if he don't get blood, he turns into stone. So that looks more like a gargolite, gargle light, something like that. And let me know if I drop many frames. Like a gargolite, and also he can he's more he's getting like more like the hero archetype. And the hero archetype um, doesn't mix up very well with the vampire archetype, because the hero archetype most of the time represents the song of the song, the song of the song, or the song itself. So I think you have those two archetypes together: is the hero, which is the song of the song. This is Osiris, right? This is Jesus, and so on. Um, and you have your vampire, which is vampires will be the sons and daughters of the moon, right? So it's the opposite. It's the opposite. So you want to mix up these opposites and have like a mixture that is light and dark at the same time. The dark in this other side. Right? I am taking away the vampire archetype totally. Okay, okay. But let me just keeping explaining this for you, and maybe probably for the people watching this. So when you create the character, it can have what you have here. Actually, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think anything is a bad idea. Nothing is bad idea. The only thing that is bad is the execution of those ideas. Execution is what makes you go, "Oh, that's a great idea," or is what makes you go, "Oh, that idea sucks," right? It's the execution. When we were, when I was young, many years ago, there were MP2 players, and MP3 players like have probably MP3 players probably has some kind of screen and some kind of UX, right? And this UX generally was like a play button, and fast forward, a fast backward, a pause, and something is and a stop, probably something like that. And this MP3 it was here. It shows like the name of the song MP3. This was the MP3 player and have a plug-in that goes into the headphones, right? This goes into this, and everyone that came out came for more and more and more options and more shit and more shit and more options and more options. The more options you have, the better. And this is what they start to look like, right? You can jealous of humans and Josiah, so here crucified by but combat. Aegon kills Josiah for creating humanity, and is what I'm going for. So those are gods. Those are gods. What you are using. You become jealous of humans and Josiah, so they are crucified but come back. Okay, hold on a second. And then this guy came up and made this was an MP3 player with just one button. And if a single screen and one button. So since this was the actual state of affairs in MP3 players, and this was the iPod, right? And anybody came and say, okay, I'm going to make one, but it only has one button. Everybody was going to say that's a fucking bad idea. That's a fucking bad idea. But the execution was perfect. The execution of the iPod was perfect. Was so perfect that's what leads into the iPhone. And the iPhone is what has Apple on a trillion million company mark, right? So it's there's not bad ideas, it's just bad executions and great executions. Okay, so we are back to the killing, we're back to the darkness. He becomes jealousy, we have jealousy there. Okay, so Egon is the jealous god archetype. That is the same as Satan, right? Egon has the Satan archetype. Satan archetype. And your Josiah, let's use just J, has the same archetype as Jesus, the other J, right? So that is the 2000s, 2000 years battle. So this is why you came from, you use the past. So the the knights, probably those are like dark knights. Pretty sure they follow that archetype. The knights will be like the demons, like the followers of Satan, isn't it? Or I am not following you. Fuertusa is the love into Ferutusa. I cannot say that. Furutusa. Furutusa. That looks like a hard to pronounce name. Egon and Josiah are easy to say, easy to pronounce. May I say? I have no idea how I'm going to draw this, but this guy is surrounded, covered in flames. So I am just doing very light, very light inking that probably is going to then later be filled all over the place with flames. Okay. Firutrusa, Firutsa. Probably it's easy to say once you know how to pronounce it. Firutsa, Firutsa. Probably it's easy to say once you know how to. Stay there. Chibok's Fury, that's where the name comes from. Okay, so see that you know your archetypes. You know what the archetype sometimes is just the essence of the character, right? So if the sense of the character is fury, uh, that is your archetype. You're dealing with the archetype of a furious being, furious character, and then you what you can do that will make your life easier to create the characters is that uh, you search for characters that meet the same criteria or the same archetypes as yours, just to check it out and see how they were developed in other media or in other, I don't know, by other artists. And you may get some inspirations on how to do yours or how to make yours different. So you don't end up, I don't know, let's say like that this Fury character and it's a woman, and probably it looks very much like another character from X anime, whatever it is. And people is going to say, ah, your character is like this one, and it's like this one. And you're like, I never seen that anime. I don't know what the fuck you're just talking about. That I get that a lot. I get that a lot. Also, your character is like this, and I am like, who? Somebody told me that this comic that I'm doing has a strong Attack on Titan feeling. The thing is, I never seen Attack on Titan, so I don't know. I don't know what they are talking about. I kind of know what's the anime, but I never seen it. I cannot name a single character from it. Okay, let me read. She's one who fights the war before the king returns. So she probably represents humanity, right? She plays wife of for Egon and protects humanity. There you go. She represents humanity. The archetype will be something like a widow wife. Yes, exactly. You're getting exactly into. So I explain myself, I think, because you're getting it. A wife that marries someone she hates after her husband is dead. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. You got it right. So, what would be a character that fits this wife of yours? This widow, like this son, she has to marry because of reasons that she hates. So look at character on popular culture and books and novels, whatever, and see what other writers have done with these characters. And you can be critical uh, on saying, I don't think this is a good treatment of that character, or you can be inspired and you can say, oh, I think this is a great treatment of this type of character, and I may implement some of those features in mine. But it's easier once you like define the archetype and say, okay, so my character is this type of character. Like it's super easy to know. I'm going to use again the Batman and the new movie uh, for this purpose. If you watch the new Batman movie, it's super easy to know what is the archetype archetype of the Riddler in that movie. And I may say the archetype of the Riddler in that movie is Hannibal Lecter. Ah no, sorry, is the Zodiac. Is the Zodiac killer. Zodiac. And if you see the missing scene is the Joker. The Joker on the deleted scene, the archetype is Hannibal Lecter. In the deleted scene, Lecter. The deleted scene, Batman goes into the Joker and asks, "How can I find and stop this uh, serial killer that is on the loose?" And he presents some investigation and papers, and the Joker gives Batman uh, some hints, and the Joker pretends to know exactly what kind of guy and what is the profile, what is everything about the Riddler without even seeing anything before, because he is like very knowledgeable about what kind of person the Riddler actually really is, like Hannibal Lecter does on the movies. And in the movies, if you research the Hannibal Lecter, the archetype, and this is interesting, the archetype of Lecter in the not in the movie, in the books, and from the books it translated into the movie. The archetype of Lecter, guess what it is? It's difficult. It's not easy to find it out. But the writers say I was inspired thinking that he was a dragon. So he's a dragon. He is like in his lair, and his lair is underground, and he Cohen's treasure. He was on treasure in exchange for his knowledge. He's very dangerous and speak like very softly, but he's super dangerous, right? So he's a dragon, and Clarice has to go into the dragon's lair and speak with the dragon. So it's a great, great, great example of how you can have your archetype of something random and infuse it into your character, and your character then becomes something legendary. Okay, so husband. Okay, I'm going to read. The treatment is the overprotective mother who will do anything for her kids. Exactly. For her kids' humanity, which she represents humanity, it's like her children, but they are not actually her kids. Yeah. Yeah, it's like you have their two archetypes, right? The widow, wife, and the overprotective mother mixed together. And sometimes that is something that is done on tradition on books, because when the wife has to marry, you get that in Game of Thrones. when the wife has to marry somebody that she hates, her only the only place that she can find love is on her children, right? Game of Thrones is where you can find a lot of archetypes of your characters. Okay, if Yesaya Superman Feruzza Fuerza, that sounds like fuerza in español. In español, I can almost read fuerza. Fuerza is strength, 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 right? Feruzza is Lois Lane, or the librarian from Halo. I haven't played Halo, but it's I am supposing is the female counterpart to, or female romance interest to the main hero. I am supposing. But what you're doing, I think, is very hard to very hard to translate, very hard to communicate. Like it's a tale of of gods. And the problem with gods is that we tend to not sympathize with the gods. The gods are something very different than us. They are not human, or they don't seem human. So therefore, you require the human element to make this god tale. Let's think like God of War. God of War, Kratos is a god, right? But he starts as a human, and this way we can relate with the character. If he is the God of War from the start, he is so alien to us that it's difficult to relate to the character. So that's what I'm trying to say here. In Halo, I'm reading. In Halo, the librarian indexes all of her creations to protect them from the flood, which is a parasite. Okay, I don't know. That will complicate things for me because I am trying to understand your your comic, and if you start to explain me all the Halo lore, I will get a lot of mixture of ideas, and I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, so let's stay. I think it's clear that she represents in somehow, not exactly, but in some regard, the humanity, and she protects the humanity, the humanity protector, and she has to marry basically the doom of humanity, and then I think when Josiah came reborn, uh, she will have feelings for Josiah, and that will create some kind of love triangle between these characters. It is a romance story, yours has romance elements to it. Let's see. I think what I have to do from here forward is draw the toilet backpack and the fire, and from there see what more details can I add to this. I think that's the way of attack this frame. see what else Saya say. So yeah, I think if you check out Game of Thrones, you will see some characters that look like your characters. And I think the treatment in Game of Thrones is actually really good. That's what I was talking about. It's difficult to create gods. So the characters in Game of Thrones can easily be gods, but the creator decided that they were going to be humans, and he humanized them. And I think that's what makes them even better. Like Daenerys Targaryen, uh, which has a lot of share a lot of the Messiah character, and Jon Snow also has a lot of the Messiah character. That's why at the end of Game of Thrones, you didn't knew which one were going to be the final winner of everything, because he has, and probably on purpose, he has uh, many archetypes that shares or many characters that share the same archetype, right? So you were like, okay, who's the bad guy? Who's the good guy? Who is the hero? Who is the Messiah? Who is who in here? And you didn't know, right? Kind of romance and action. Yeah, yeah. I also think that that's a good fit for your story. Is humanized? Yes, exactly, exactly. He's humanized in that. When he's reborn, he's like a new human being, or is the same, exactly the same character reborn, like he has memory of his past, or is more like a reincarnation kind of archetype, when the character has looks the same and has some flashback of the past, but is a new person, is a new life. He is born again, and he has a connection from his past life, but he's not exactly the same character. I don't know if I explain myself there. I hope that you understand what I'm trying to say. So Josiah, okay. So Josiah, not the character. I think you kind of get me when I talked last time about music, about guitar and guitar notes. Do you know how to play guitar, or do you know a little bit of music theory, so I can maybe make an analogy for you on how to in how to create new characters for your story? Or maybe I should just go with that. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, I would just go along with that. Yeah, I love music. Don't know how to play. Well, know to play is an important part of what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to explain it for everybody too from the beginning. So when you are composing music, I'm not a composer, but I know what I'm saying because I have seen many composers talking about this. Okay, so when you're composing a melody, let's say that, I don't know, let's say that a scale of music has this many notes, right? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, right? And probably he, to make the melody, he grabs three of these, probably the one, two, the third, and let's say that he has uh, uh, the six, this. And with these three notes, he composed the melody, the main melody of whatever piece he's doing. And now he needs to harmonize that melody. And what's harmony? Harmony is when many notes sounds at the same time, but those notes doesn't sound uh, out of pitch or weird. Yes, exactly. Seven notes in a scale, right? So you choose a scale and you make from that scale a melody, and the melody may have three notes. Dun 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 dun. Let's say he makes that sound, that melody, but he now needs to add more notes. So I don't know, maybe the horns or the strings uh, need to play along that melody, and he doesn't want the horns and the strings to do the exactly same shit as the melody, because now everything sounds so saturated, right? So maybe he wants the screen just to go something like that, three notes again, but doesn't sound exactly like the sounds in the melody. So how do you choose those notes? Well, it's easy. If you have your scale, you can have the notes that you didn't use in your melody at that exact moment. So let's say that the melody may use all the notes in the string, sorry, in the scale. But let's say that you have like one measure of the music, it has, I don't know, just three notes, and the other measure uses three different notes, and go on. But at this moment, in this measure, this chord, let's say that this chord is D minor, D minor. And the moment that he's using D minor, probably he's not using the fourth. Probably he's not using the fourth in that E minor, right? Probably he's using just the first, the third in minor, right? And something else, and the fifth, probably the fifth too. So he's using these three notes, and he's not using the fourth. So when you go to the strings and you go to the other instruments and say, I need to harmonize this chord in this moment, one good note that you can take is the fourth, because it's not being used. So you use the ones that are left. So you use the fourth and you go, all the strings plays this note. I don't know, one, and I say one, some goods with the other thing, dum, 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 ah, and everything sounds amazing because you're using the notes from the scale, and you're using for the harmony the notes that are different from the melody, the ones that are not used. Okay, what I'm trying to say here, to create your characters, you have your archetypes, right? So you have your like your song of God, which is song and sung al mismo tiempo, and you have your dark, envious, uh, God, let's say, and sometimes this is a traitor, right? And in the middle, like your Trinity, then he is like the widow overprotected mother, right? So those, yes, harmony. So those are your three notes. Those are your melody. You are singing with this character. What notes are left behind, right? What notes are left behind? So she is the mother of who? There is another character, right? And this character may share something with the father of darkness, right? And maybe she can have another song that has something with the father of, or the representation of the light. There is another character, right? uh, the sun goes around many planets, right? So he can have a team of friends, right? He he can have like this the strong planet of the war planet, right? Which is like Mars, and and you can go on. Just look at any pantheon, right? He can have the, I don't know, the fertility, uh, that probably is like the Mother Earth or the nature, and also you can have, I don't know, the wisdom. I think wisdom is something that you need here. The wisdom, and probably the wisdom is neutral. It's a neutral character, right? So maybe I am giving right now a lot of ideas, and you may say, "Oh, wisdom sounds like a cool shit," because it sounds like a cool shit for me right now at this moment. Wisdom can be neutral and can work with this and these guys. I don't know, or wisdom is the advisor of the widow. So now you have more interactions. What is lacking here? Because you have like a lot of not a lot, but what you have in essential is like that this triangle of light and dark, and the like the romantic relationship. That's what you have. So you need like the sons of the mother, the sons of the father, the friends of the hero, or the peers of the hero, and the peers of the darkness, right? The peers of the enemy. And this is cool too. So you have your dark hero, which is the enemy, and he's a traitor, right? He betrays the nature, or betrays the gods, or betray the rightful path. He's a betrayer, the death mark and the life mark. Yeah. So he may have another demons, which are these knights, but these knights are they are sons of the betray. So they are going to betray. So you can have some inner fights here. You can have some inner fights, like think this is stupid. Megatron and Starscream, I think, is from the Transformers. Star screen, great name, this. Starscream. So Megatron is he betrays the Transformers, and he represents like the rogues, and the leader of the rogues, and basically he's like Satan, and all the Decepticons is in the name. They are deceivers, right? The Decepticons that goes with him basically represents the demons. Those are demons, and Starscream is always plotting on dethrone Megatron, but he can't, and he is at the same time the right hand of Megatron. So you have your Starscream also in Game of Thrones. That will be Littlefinger. These are cunning, smart characters that they don't have a lot of strength. They are not so powerful, but they have a lot of mind, a lot of intellectual, a lot of brains and wits. So these are very interesting characters. Uh, Many times people, fans, adore these characters or love to hate them, which is something that you want for your rogue characters. You want people love to hate them. Yeah. So I think I think there you have, I don't know, ideas like for five more characters. Five more characters. What is she's a mom, but she cannot fulfill the archetype of mom if she doesn't have children. Who are these children, and what the children wants? Will the children wants the same like the father, or will they want the same of the mother, or will they want something completely different? You got there some interesting uh, interactions. I need to draw. Oh no, I was using the black layer again. I have the luminance, I have human rulers of darkness, the death mark and the life mark. And so the death mark and the life mark are the sons? Are the sons of the mother, or are those like a what can I say? Knights, one of those dark knights, one of those. I hope people can understand that this is not a toilet. It's not a toilet, guys. But it will be really funny if it's a toilet, isn't it? It will be like a great character. It will be an amazing character if this were actually a toilet. A toilet, and this would be like the TP, the toilet paper over here. This is not a toilet. The human rulers of darkness. I think that sounds great, but for me, you are like heading into a trap with your script. You are heading into a trap, and I will tell you what is the trap. The trap. Well, I already told you. I think everybody's is like very powerful. Everybody's is like super power, super top of the notch. Kind of if I fart, the moon falls from the sky. Powerful guy, right? And it's very difficult to make the audiences sympathize, empathize with those characters. You need to ground them a little bit more to us. I don't know, make them lose their powers, make them have to live with the humans, or that's something that I wanted to talk. I don't know if you have seen webtoons. Have you seen webtoons? Webtoons is where this is going to be published. This comic. Let's see children and humanize them. No, wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for what I'm going to say. Uh, so in webtoons, if you go to webtoons, Webtoons. Or it's just Webtoon. Webtoon Canvas. Canvas is an app, right? And a website. And maybe I can blog my own comic is on Webtoon Canvas. So I will I will blog my own comic here for the audiences. And if anybody's listening in YouTube, I think my audiences in YouTube is completely neglected. Completely neglect my audiences. Okay, so you go there. See, is webtoons.com. So in Webtoons, you can see a top 10 of the best selling webtoons. I don't think they sell. Everything is for free there. Everything is for free. But popular. I'm going to popular. He's number one. He's number one. I think I was just in the first page. In the first page. Originals. New and trending. No. No, where is it? Where is it? It was on the first page and I changed it. Originals here. Yeah. Number one, 51 million. Million. What the fuck? 51 million. That's on rich. Oh, my volume is so high. Am I sounding like I am screaming? Okay. It's you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to go anywhere. You can just see what I'm trying to say here. Okay, this is the number one, Lord Olympus. You may say, but Pedro, that sounds like gods to me. That sounds like the number one is a lot of gods of Olympus. And you are right. You are fucking right. The number one is a romance about gods. And I will I think you can read from this one is so popular, so fucking popular, and makes so much fucking money for Webtoon just selling ads. Sorry, just selling ads for this that is completely free. It's completely free to read this one as much as you like. Go and check that one out, and you may when it starts you may say, ah, this is so girly. I don't blame you because it's fucking girly. This is so girly. This is not my cup of tea. What the fuck is Pedro recommending to me? I don't get this guy. This guy is a mystery. But what I want you to see is how Rachel Smythe humanizes the fucking gods. She makes her designs are super girly, super girly. But she has such a good fucking taste for color. You can see it in this is small shit. She has such a good taste for color. She has such a good taste for design, for establishing the mood of the scenes, and is I don't know what to tell you. She's amazing. Mhm. Can I go to? I don't know. How many pages does she have? Oh my god. Yeah, I think you have to like hit like I want to go to the first chapter because she has like hundreds and hundreds of chapters. But let me give you an example. Let me give you a quick example. Quick example. So I think this is Hades. Hades is driving his car. Going to make a print screen. Copy. Okay. Whoa, this is big. Hades is driving his car. Let me see if you react somehow. Okay. Hayden is driving his car and he is getting a message on his cell phone. So, isn't this amazing? Just that. Hades, and he's like wearing a suit and he's like looking blue and very gloomy. And every scene that Hades is around, everything is blue hues, everything is super blue. And obviously, if you follow the Greek, no Greek, it's Greek. This yes, yeah, the Greek romance between Persephone, Persephone, and Zeus. Sorry, and Hades. This one end up married, right? So this start even before they meet each other, and when they meet each other, she is super pink, and everything around her is pink and white, and he is super blue, and everything around him is blue and black. And when the characters are together, everything meets up and it's like purple, and she plays with the colors and with the and she's amazing. She is amazing. It's super girly. It's not my cup of tea. I won't draw like that, never. But I know and I can appreciate a good artist when I see it, and I think she's really good and she's very deserving of that number one spot. She humanizes these gods in a way that may inspire you. It may inspire you. Maybe you are not. Maybe you are going to go and say the same that as I say that. "Ah, I will never draw like this." But wow, she does humanize these guys. She does make them relatable. She does make those gods like I think empathy. I think I have empathy for them, and that is something that I think you will struggle with in your script unless you do your research. So please research Lord Olympus. She has he's super successful with her comic portraying gods. So she have this amazing scene, like it's amazing. It's masterfully done, masterfully done. And I'm not going to spoil it to you. Not going to spoil it to you because I want you to read it. Where one character is sexually abused, one god is sexually abused. And if you ask me, Pedro, please, this is the script, and this character is sexually abused. I don't know how the hell I'm going to portray that to start with without it my portraying being very bad taste, like very like awful representation of what is happening. And she deals with that like a fucking pro, like the fucking pro she is. She makes this scene, and nothing campy shows up. Is not distasteful, is respectful with the characters. Is a very difficult scene to do, and still she managed to make the scene uh, shines. I don't know. When I saw that, I was like, "Oh my god, this girl is quite something." I forgot again. Everything is going black. I know it's going. Everything is going to be dark red in a couple of seconds. Boom! Everything is dark red. Looks like a teenage drama, and I think Persephone. I so stupid. I did it again. Okay, looks like Persephone is not very old, and Hades is. Hades is like the way he talks and the way he moves and the way his life is and everything. It looks like he is like probably in his mid 30s, and Persephone is in her early 20s, right? But those are gods. Probably they are like hundreds or thousands of years old. But that's the personality traits that she uses. So that's one of the things that I want you to see. That even though these are like immortal beings, they are like locked in time and um, emotional maturity. They are like locked in one stage, right? Yeah, now it works. And that's one way to bring them to humanize them. It's just one, and you can see many ways. One other thing that she does to humanize one of the characters is that is make the character suffer a abuse, right? So, because you think gods are like impossible to abuse, but what happened when another god abuse another god, right? I think that is possible, and the character dealing with the abuse has to go with all the stages of a person that has been abused, and that humanize the character fucking a lot and make the character more relatable, more uh, you empathize way more with the character after that. And I think that was a masterful character development. Masterful. So it may be this or that, that you can classify it any way you want. Most probably is not going to be your cup of tea, but most probably there are a lot of things there that you can bring into your like toolbox and use those tools to create different to make different creations, right? With the same tools you can make different furnitures, so your furniture is going to look different than the furniture she has done, but she has some amazing tools that you can uh, use also you can use those tools. That's my point there, and my recommendation for you, because I think you're walking into a trap with that script, walking into a trap. But why am I walking into a trap? I don't see the trap. Well, first thing, the first red flag will be if you cannot see the trap. If you cannot see the trap, is the first red flag. You cannot see my point is the first red flag. The second red flag is that when we create our characters, we empathize with them probably 2000%. 2000%. And we believe people are going to empathize the same. But actually, what happens is that it's not the same. People don't empathize with our characters. So we have to give our characters a treatment, a strong treatment that is going to make people empathize with them more. And sometimes that treatment will will be a little bit of a sacrifice for us. It's like there is other, I think, I don't know if it's an article or a video or a clue or a book that is called Kill Kill Your Darlings. Darlings? It's like this, darlings. Kill your darlings. Which is sometimes you have to sacrifice some traits or some things or even some characters for the better good of the whole story and the whole narrative that you are creating, right? You get to sacrifice a lot of shit because otherwise it will be a difficult sell, like a difficult sell of the characters. They are hard to sell, they are hard to communicate with your audiences with these characters. They will need, probably they need to suffer more or something like that. Like I told you, make your character suffer, but make him first happy, so the suffering is stronger when it happens, right? That kind of things, you need to start doing some like sacrifices into your characters so the characters are better, and sometimes you got to kill them, or sometimes you have to kill the fucking whole script and start again. Believe me, I have done that many times, many times. The first time looks like, oh my god, I cannot be this noob. I cannot be this noob that I have to write everything again. But when you're doing, like, I don't know, like your 10th 10th script, you don't care. You just don't care. You're like, yeah, this is going to shit. Let's make a different angle. Let's tell the story another different. Maybe this character doesn't work for shit. Maybe I have to rewrite it again and again and again until it's fucking right. Until every piece fall together. When pieces start falling together, you think you are on the right path. Okay, these are just cuts of my story and explain what I am telling. Mom is a neutral. But I thought your main character were Josiah, isn't it? I have three gods of humanity and they are illuminous. Don't explain everything to everybody, to your audience when you're doing the comic. Don't explain all that shit. Keep it to yourself. If it's matter in the story, tell it little by little, but don't do the noob mistake of explaining everything. It's so noob to do that. Okay, because I think you have this tendency of complicate everything you write. Sorry, I don't mean to be mean with you. I hope you understand that what I'm doing here is some constructive criticism, right? Oli que hace Sunstrucate. Who's Strucate? Oli que hace hago Sunstrucate. Did I know you? Because that sounds like Costa Rican. I am doing inking. Hago tintas digital, eso sí. I'm trying to explain why I have millions and why I have heroes. Yeah. You are accomplishing that. You're accomplishing that. It's just my advice that uh, don't explain everything and don't to make it everything complicated. Like you have three aspects of gods, and I have, I don't know, this event that happens, and the event is super complicated. I'm from Nine Gag. It's French. Ah, Ole que hace is French because we say the same here. Oli is like hello. In Costa Rica, we say holy, oli like hola. Hola is hello, but friendly, like oli, like kawaii, may I say? I don't know if I'm making any sense here. Thank you very much. No, sans trucade is French. Okay, sans trucage. What can I say? It's Spanish. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Because I don't know any French. You can say to me anything, and you say to me, "This is French," and I'm going to believe you. I don't have any reason to doubt what you're saying. You're from Mexico. Hola, yo soy de Costa Rica. Amigo, compañero mexicano. But I'm trying to stay in English. I hope uh, this is okay for you because I think I think this is an English channel. Okay, nice. Okay. This is good. This is good. I have two people talking at the same time. Never have to manage that kind of complexity before. And I am helping Josiah with his script and giving him some like constructive criticism, um, small guidance, because I think he will do whatever he wants, and that's the way it should be. If you ask me, he's an artist, an independent artist, and he should find his own way, his own method. But I'm giving him like some uh, pointers and tools that he can use to navigate the character creation a little bit easier, may I say. That's what we are doing here right now. Okay, I hope it's not super weird. And I am inking my comic for the Webtoon Canvas contest call to action. And the contest call to action wants you to make an action comic that has a a action sequence, a fight sequence between two characters at least, and is at least 60 frames. This is a single frame. This one before are like 2 frames, right? So at least 60 frames. And they are fighting this monster that shows up because of reasons. Actually, we are here on about the frame number 60. And yes, I'm using not real inks. I'm using Clip Studio Paint for inking. This is digital. Everything is digital. Everything was done digital. Even the pencils are digital. I'm working with an HP Pen tablet. It's 16-inch wide. It's like a monitor. You draw directly into the monitor. So the monitor is like it's like a, like the paperboard, but it's the monitor. I don't know how to explain it. Hope you understand. And the inks is just a layer. Is this layer, which is a vector layer. If you don't know about the difference of vectors and raster layers, it's just that this layer, the information uh, is different. The information is different. I can grab every aspect of the line and deform it, right? Or I can grab a line and make it big, and it's not going to lose quality at all. That's why I am using vector layers for the lines. And also, Clip Studio Paint have some amazing features for vector inking, like the vector eraser. If I have something like this, which is something that happens a lot in comics, like a texture, like these textures that are over here, right? They're made mostly like this. Sometimes the textures I reach the end of the character, right? Like this. Now let me make it again. Like this. Probably I'm going to do a lot of this in this drawing eventually. But these lines stick out, and that looks like shit. But it has this amazing vector eraser. If you see, I am highlighting it right now. So it erased not just the line that is standing out, it erases until the line crosses another line. So I can just go with my pen like this, and when I release it, it cuts the lines exactly when they intersect the other line. So I can have like 1,000 of hairs and just go, and now everything is fucking clean. And that is amazing. I can do the same here. See? And I can do the same here. So with a single stroke, I can erase what's left. And that's going to help me a lot and make me like don't waste my time too much. Okay? That's why I am using vectors. This character is a dwarf and he has a flamethrower. And it's not a toilet. This is not a toilet. Looks like a toilet. I made the mistake of creating this amazing backpack to look like a toilet, but it is not. Believe me, I am a professional. I know what I'm doing. You'll see who they are by the marks you have seen of them, kind of. Wow. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, Josiah, I think you have good characters. I think you have good characters. I don't think there are bad ideas. I think there are only bad executions. And I think you're creating, like from the past last time we talked, that you have probably just one character, and now you have like, I don't know, like five. So you're going woof. Everything is a toilet if you live in California. I don't know. I am I am too far from California. You're closer. You're really closer to California, but Costa Rica is more to the south, right? So we are far from those issues. I think, thankfully, thankfully we're far away from there. But I have heard that yes, there is kind of a shithole over there. It starts to look like the streets of Mumbai, right? In India, something like that, where everybody just take a shit wherever they please. And they took a shit in the country, from what I heard. So yeah, probably you will get more gringos going into Mexico than Mexicans going into USA, isn't it? Probably you start getting more gringos immigrants. Probably the things are going to be reversed in a couple of years. That won't surprise me at all, actually. And they will get a little of taste of their own medicine, and they will have to get a visa to get into into Mexico. That would be amazing. That would be something. But yeah, yeah. That would be something. No, I have nothing against people in North America. Nothing. But as a Latino and Central and South American, uh, I I know the struggle. I know the struggle that some of my Latino friends have, and I understand. It's difficult. It's difficult shit, man. So yeah. I don't have myself a visa to go into USA. So if I want to go to USA, I cannot go. So I don't have a visa. We are like by default deny our entrance to the country, and people from USA can come to Costa Rica, like I don't know, like just taking a flight to another state, like going from California to Miami. They can go from California to Costa Rica, and it's going to be probably more or less the same for them. So there is a little bit of inequality in that treatment. I think if you can come into my country, like if you live here, I will expect you to accept me to go into your country like if I live there. That would be like a mutual sign of respect. I will expect that. But I know it's not something that you choose as a North American citizen, as a citizen of the United States of America. It's not something that you choose, it's something that your government choose. So I am not blaming you at all. And also, you may say, no, Pedro, I think the immigrants should stay fucking away. And I think that is also your right. It is also your right to think like that and to speak like that. Even if I agree or disagree, I think you have the right to say that to me, to everybody, to speak your mind. You have the right. Where do you live, Josiah? Just don't dox yourself. Don't tell us your street. But were you from Oregon? Were you the guy from Oregon? So what I'm doing here is, since this flamethrower is throwing flames, obviously, I think the light source is impacting this guy from the front. So everything on the back should be black. And the blacks looks red because I need the blacks to be on a separate layer, right? And I tinted red Indiana. Okay. I tinted red because if it's 1 second, if it's black like the inks, I may get confused and start drawing on the fields layer, and then I lose all my properties of the vector layer, and it's confusing. So while I am working on the layer, is inked red, so I know, I know I should not be doing this line because everything is red. This is just for the fields, and then I go back to the black layer, which is the inks. But when this is finished, I just turn it off and go back to black, and that is how it's going to look like by the end. Yeah. So I hope that is clear. That this is why some spots look red. That's the reasoning behind it. And also, what I'm trying to do here is to teach you something. If you want to know, you can ask me anything, any aspect of the comic book creation, the webtoon publishing, the inking technique, whatever, the technicalities of the images and the resolution, whatever you want to know. If I can give you some advice, I will. I am transparent for you guys. I am an open book. This is like an online course where the teacher is in front of you and he's saying, ask me whatever you want. I have an issue with illegal immigration because why do you want to be here so bad? If it's so bad in your country, I don't want the shit you're running from coming here. America has enough problems. Yes. Yes, I think the problem with illegal immigration is that it's so hard to make it legal, right? I think there is an imbalance there. It's hard to make it legal. So they are desperate to leave their country because if you think America has problems, they have way more problems over there. So thinking America, like as you refer your country, thinking America because for us America is the whole continent, right? But you refer to your country as America, so to make it think things simply for in this conversation, we're just saying America. That's it. So think of America like if you have, I don't know, fall into the third country category. Right now, America's first country category is not second country, is not third country, is first country category. Think that you fell into the third country category, and Canada is first country category. So things in your country are fucking expensive. The inflation, and you may know what are the effects of inflation by now, very clearly because you are suffering from inflation heavily. Your inflation in your country probably is, yeah, North America. Yeah, it's because America, the whole country, has North, South, and Central America, and all those North, Central, and South America, those are all America, and your country is called the United States of America. So those were states that were part of the continent of America, and they all united into a single country, right? Which is called the United States of America, the USA. That's the name of your country. But for shorts, you call it America. But America is the whole continent. It has the north, the center, and the south. So Mexico is here, USA is here, Costa Rica is here, and this is Brazil, Argentina, and everything. So all this is America. We are all in America. We live all in America. You live in a beautiful line, stain it with blood. Yeah. So let's say that the inflation in USA goes so high that you want to go to Canada. But the Canadian says, no, 1 second, wait 1 second. Your country is a shithole, so we don't want you here, and we're going to make really, really difficult for you to come here. And you are, and now you are in a desperate situation, economical, and everything. You don't get job, you don't get a job, you don't get anything to eat, you don't get anything to you don't get anything to eat, and you don't get anything to work with, and you are starving. So your situation is direful, and probably that's what happens with some of the immigrants. And when the situation is direful, they just do whatever they can to survive, and that may sound like a no-no for you, but probably they don't have any other option. And your country is the one that is closer. Believe me, we have in Costa Rica a lot of the same sentiments in our population, because Costa, like, this is Nicaragua, this is Costa Rica, and this is Panama, and here is the Canal of Panama, right? Nicaragua is huge. Nicaragua is way bigger. So people from Nicaragua immigrate into Costa Rica a lot. Why? Well, because here socialism has taken this country and make some kind of shithole, and democracy has gone to hell, and there is a lot of political problems in there, and they don't get a job, or there are not many jobs, or they don't get paid well, and if they go here in Costa Rica and work in something, I don't know, like paint walls, is going to they're going to earn more money painting walls here in Costa Rica that in Nicaragua, I don't know, being an attorney. uh, and I don't know how to draw that. Let's say let's say in Nicaragua being an accountant, something like that, right? If they work in a bank, let's say that they work in a bank, they will make more money painting walls in Costa Rica than working in a bank in Nicaragua. So we get the same situation here. So I understand what you're saying or where you're coming from. But also, since we get the same situation here in Costa Rica, and there's a lot of illegal immigrants, and some of the illegal immigrants may get into trouble with the law and such and such. Uh, but not everybody is the same. I will advise to not make generalizations because everybody is different, and you may have a friend, a Mexican friend, eventually you can have a Mexican friend or a Chinese friend or whatever, an immigrant friend, and see that this person is not exactly a bad person just because he's an immigrant. That that can happen. You can burn the Mexican flag, but you sure can burn mine without being arrested. I see people from Mexico bust their ass for pennies in my country. Yeah, yeah. Imagine these people is working so hard for pennies, and it is still better than on their own country. That's the desperation level that I'm talking about. So imagine that that happens in the USA. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? And I think it is. So I don't want any country to to suffer as much as uh, other countries. But yes, I think there is like a culturization problem in US. I don't know. Maybe I am not qualified to talk about this. Maybe I'm just qualified to talk about comics. Maybe I am talking too much shit that I shouldn't be talking about because I don't live there. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. Never been there. But one thing is certain here in Costa Rica, that the work that the people from Nicaragua does is very important. And Costa Ricans has become very dependent of the labor of the immigrants. So we need those immigrants, and they are part of our economy, and they contribute to our economy. There may be some immigrants that create problems, but when you sum everything up, the sum of all the contributions of the immigrants to our country is greater than the problems that they bring upon us. So immigration is very important in Costa Rica, right? And this is why uh, the immigration problem, I'm air quoting that immigration problem hasn't been solved yet, because it's actually something really complex to deal with. And I am talking from the Costa Rica point of view, not from the US point of view. It's not they being good people I'm worried about. It is the thing they are running from in our, yeah, yeah, isn't this isn't isn't the same problem that is happening, I think, right now. You correct me if I'm wrong, with blue and red states, that people are migrating from the states of one color to the other, like a lot of people migrating from California into Texas, and the people in Texas is like, okay, you migrate away from California because California has become a shithole, so don't bring the shithole in Texas. Something like that. And I think that is a very sound concern of yours. I think is there is something to be said there, that is true. That this is why I think this is very complicated shit to talk about. It's not so simple. It's not so black and white. It's not so black and white. In fact, nothing in this world is black and white. We humans created the black and white contrast to simplify things, but things are not simple. So yeah, I don't know if my Mexican friend is still in the chat, or if we scare him away with our political chat. Maybe he was here for the art. Uh, I apologize if that was the case. Uh, I will try to maintain my discussion very art oriented, very art oriented. Okay, I think that dwarf is done. I think the dwarf is done. Now I'm doing the flames, which is, I don't know, very difficult. Where we were at, Josiah, with the scripting, or are you okay? Like now you have a lot of ideas and a lot of things that you think you can do right now, that is going to take you some while to create. I was telling you that I think that you created quite a lot in a few days. So maybe let those ideas mature a little bit because they are very new. But yeah, you were very busy. I recognize that. Very busy. Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. It's just like as I was saying before, I think of this channel more of an art discussion channel than a politics discussion channel. And I feel passionate about politics, and I can discuss politics with anybody. But and also I don't want to censor anybody. I want everybody to speak their mind. I want the political discourse to change in social networks too. I don't like the censorship to be so harsh on artists, especially in what we want to do. I don't believe in that. So yeah, I have my political stances, but at the same time, I don't want to polarize my audiences. And it's something so easy to do right now. It's like something that you can do in a split second. So I think it's harder to maintain the conversation uh, focus on one thing. So yeah, don't apologize. No need to, at least not for me. Yeah, I'm glad you have a lot of ideas right now, a lot to work with. And read a little bit of that Lord Olympus, which I think is going to give you some tools to work to humanize your characters, some ideas maybe. So what I'm doing here is flames, and I think flames is something very difficult to portray in inks, mostly because inks are very dark. They are black. So what you're doing is high contrast. High contrast when you're doing inks. That's what you're thinking of. And flames are high contrast, but they're mostly just white high contrast. And what you see from the flame is like when the heat escapes and then it turns red or yellow. So it's color. Like my point is, what you're seeing in the flame is color. So it's not this dark line that I'm drawing. So drawing flames is difficult. It's difficult to do on inks. But probably I should have saved like the inks of the flames on a different layer. Now it's too late for that. I have done a lot of inks in this layer. Still, I can like try to select all the inks and and save them on another layer where the ink is on another color. In fact, that is not a bad idea. Let me see if I can do that. Uh, no, no, no. It's too complicated. Too complicated. Not the way I plan it to be. That is a technique that you can use. Just make the inks like an effect layer, have draw them, and then ink ink that layer on the color that suits you better. That probably is going to be white, and then with colors you make all the yellows and the reds and the oranges that are what is going to communicate the illusion of fire for your readers, since fire is not it's not like an element that will have a volume or is not tangible enough, like I don't know, like wood or metal or skin, right? That is something that you can portray more easily with black inks. Does it, this doesn't drop too much frames? I think I get an alert uh, from time to time that my computer is going running slow, but I don't feel that slowness at all in the inks. So I don't know if it's slow in the transmission of the video, like the screen capture. So let me know if things start to look horrible. But I think it looks way better than previous streams. I think it's an upgrade. I was using OBS and now I'm using a split caster, and that make a whole lot of difference. The thing is that I don't know, maybe OBS is really good, but I used to use it for capturing my drawings and then later make a fast, like a fast forward video of everything, because this can take hours, and I want to give you the idea that uh, yeah, give you the video in I don't know, in 5 minutes. So I compress it, I don't know, 8 hours in 5 minutes, and probably I had the settings for that in the video capture. The settings for that were like very few frames per second, and then it grabs all the frames and turn it into 60 frames per second. So hours became minutes, and probably was I the one that was doing the thing wrong, not the OBS software. So, and I didn't use how to set it back, to default settings. I didn't know how to, so I was looking what else can I do to capture the video on a more smooth way, so the screen doesn't look so jarring for people. Because I was looking at my own streams and I was like, this look like shit. My streams looks like shit. I wouldn't see my own streams. That is one assessment you can do. Would you read your own comics? Do your comic and read it and see if you will read them, if you will purchase them, if you will see your comic next to other comics and you will go like, oh, I want this shit. If you don't, probably you need to work a little bit more on it. And most of the time I won't purchase my own comics. So but at least I will think, okay, let's say that they are on pair in quality with the ones I will purchase. Why I won't purchase my own comics? Because I am always very critical of my own art, and I always thinking it's not good enough. So I will never be satisfied. Never. So that this is why I know I will never purchase my own. Sometimes I watch frames like this and I go, oh, that's a very cool. It's a very cool frame. Or sequences like is loading. These are heavy files, heavy files. They are very long. It's like 50,000 pixels height. 50,000 pixels height. A 4K resolution monitor is 4,000. So it's more than 10 times a 4K monitor resolution, right? Heavy files, heavy files. Uh, like this scene. This scene I think is badass. Badass. The giant, the zombies, the barricade, and Nina just jumps, charge towards the giant, and Trish obliterate all the zombies, and Nina is coming down to him and blown knocks him out with a berserker rage on her face. And I see this scene and I go like, oh man, this scene looks badass. I wanna see it in color. So yeah, I sometimes I like what I'm doing, but I know I am hard to please. I am hard to please myself with my own art. I'm very critical, very critical. I think I got to be the moment I will say, no, I'm all set. My art is perfect like this. I am perfect comic book artist. I don't need any improvement. I think I will be the moment I say that. I think I will be doing a huge mistake. Huge mistake. That's what I think. Should I log more screenshots from Webtoons? I think every time I plug a screenshot from Webtoon, somebody new shows up. Like they are talking about something in there. They are talking about something important in there. Chrome is so hard to draw. So hard. Lot of shit. Lot of shit. And now this Chrome is like wrapped in flames. How the hell I'm going to color this? I think he's just going to be like beige, like a light, like a warm hue of gray, and an orange and red. I think that's what I'm going to do, and just leave it like that. I won't like try to accomplish too much, because probably the more I do, the more it will look like shit, because I don't know what I'm doing. So if you don't know what you're doing, the more you do, the more you blew it up. I have my drawings with flames, and I think, can you see this? Can you see this? Let me see. Can you see this? Does this shows up? Yeah, this shows up. I have some flames in here. As you can see, the flames are inked in a different layer, and they are yellow. And all the oranges and the brightness and everything comes from the color, nor the ink, not the inks. So that would be a better technique than what I am doing here. So yeah, that would be a better idea. I want to finish this one up. I think this one is already good enough, but I need to render more details. More details. This is like the leg, the dog's leg. It has like dangling dog's legs and dangling human hands. It's a monster. Very dark soulish monster. Very dark soulish. Maybe I should do some kind of hint, some kind of shadows here, because he's being lit on fire. Something like this. And this I will probably split it into with color. So the color probably over here is going to be different than the color here, because of the flames, and he now this is back, keep back to his flame, turning back of the flames. So probably that's going to be blue, and this is going to be orange, and we're going to make this contrast of colors that are going to give you the feel that one side is very warm while the other is cold or normal. So you want, as I was telling Josiah, you want your contrasts. You want your warm or you want your cold to be able to make emphasis on the warm. It's not only in the script writing, also in the art. So this you can use that theory in the in the in the art creation too. If you have this warm fire, but then you have like everything here from here forward very blue, and here very white and yellow and orange, to make that contrast that is going to read like, okay, this is where everything is warm, this is like the warm focus. And I've seen many uh, panels where they want to portray warm or fire, and what the artist does is just everything is red, everything is red. uh, it may work, but my mantra sometimes when I'm doing something special, like in this case, the special thing is the fire. The fire is what is different, what I haven't portrayed very much in other scenes, right? And let's think on special effects. If we do this scene on a movie, this fire most probably is going to be a special effect. So the special, if everything is special, nothing is special. You need your special to be just a little bit unique. Okay, you can draw almost at all. I try to write poetry and stuff, but I can't. Drawing, it's something you can learn. Drawing is not a gift, is not, is a technical ability that you can learn. It's like learning how to uh, I don't know, make 3D graphics. Let's say that you want to make 3D graphics, and there is a lot of technical shit that you have to know. There's a lot of fundamentals that you have to know, and the usage of the software, and a lot of shit that you have to learn. But you can learn it, and once you learn and practice on everything that you have to learn, you can create your 3D graphics, and eventually you can, if you keep doing that, eventually you can become a very good 3D graphics artist, right? So the same applies to drawing. Drawing is a technical skill that you can learn, or like playing guitar is something that you can learn. The main thing you need to learn drawing is patience and discipline. None of that is like a talent acquired uh, by some magical process. Is actually very simple. You can train yourself to be disciplined. You can train yourself to practice every day, half an hour, from Monday to Friday, let's say. You can train yourself to do that. And if you do that for, I don't know, let's say 6 months religiously, you will see such an improvement that you won't believe it. You won't believe it. Like, do this plan, 30 minutes, practice, practice. Practice is like this, practice. Really want to write poetry. I have issues with writing things not as structured. 30 minutes practice every day from Monday to Friday. Leave Saturday and Sunday for rest and for your brain to reassess, to unwind a little bit. Capture your first practice, and after 6 months, capture your last and see how much improvement you have in there, in whatever, drawing, painting, writing, writing poetry, writing whatever, writing uh, small scripts. But you can write a small script in 30 minutes. Can give you an example. Let's write something small really fast. You just think of something. Just think on whatever. I am thinking in a college. College. Somebody in the college. What is happening in the college? In the college, there is a girl, and this girl has trouble with her volleyball. Volleyball. She sucks, and she makes friends with the volleyball team number one player in the cafeteria without knowing. And when then she realized she is the number one player because she's so popular probably, and this girl is new in this college, and now she has, I don't know, some kind of crush with the number one, but didn't want to accept, and she's insecure because she's not so good, but she wants to be good. Bam. That's one script that you have in 5 minutes. Now you have 25 minutes to make it a little bit better. You practice that from Monday to Friday, 30 minutes, just 30 minutes. You take longer, I don't know, making coffee and drinking it. And just watch how much better you can go from day one to the last day in that 6 months, and tell me what the hell happened. You train yourself to be better. People does Inktober. Inktober is one drawing a day every day in 1 month, and it's difficult for them to finish this Inktober challenge. It's a challenge. It's a challenge because a lot of the people that starts doing Inktober didn't finish Inktober. They could not draw one ink drawing in every day in a whole month. One ink. And I've been drawing every day inking this shit. And this is like the frame number 60. So I am 2 months in, 2 months in doing more than one ink drawing per day. So I am doing two Inktovers in in a single month. I think I have less than a month doing the inking process. So I have enough material for the Inktober in the following 2 years, right? So I started here, and this is ink, 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 ink. Everything is inked, 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 inked. It's a lot of work. This is inked, and I'm going to do the painting. So if there is like a paint February, it's like I will do that paint February probably twice because this is 90 frames at the end when it's going to be ready, and this. This is all inks until where I am right now. So it's a lot of fucking drawings and a lot of fucking discipline. You cannot do that if you are not disciplined. So I think that's the first thing you have to learn to accomplish before trying to accomplish anything. Your discipline. If you do that, now you can do whatever you want. Now you can do whatever you want. The only thing you need is time. And get what is the only thing we have. We don't have money. Sometimes we don't have health, but we have time. Our time is going to end. But in the meantime, we have it. So you only need time and discipline, and you can do whatever you want. Whatever you want. Some people tell me, "Oh, Pedro, you are so talented. So much talent. Don't you see? Oh, look at this. It looks so great. You're so talented." And I'm like, this is no talent. This is no talent at all. You haven't been with me sitting in front of this uh, table, hunching my back for hours on end, on weekends, on weekdays, until 3 in the morning. Haven't you see that? Some people here has done that with me, but I have done that for years, my friend. And that is how I get to this level. I was not at this level a couple of years ago. I was way, way, way behind. Way behind. So it's not talent. It's not talent at all. It's fucking hard job. Fucking hard. So see all these hairy lines? I can just go with the eraser and take out the hairy, and you just get like with the with the lines that look like properly drawn lines, right? That's the magic of the vector lines on Clip Studio Paint. And here I can go like here and then just erase this. And this like shit. And that's it. I think this is it for this. Let's make some stones in the floor that they are going to react to the fire, to the light of the fire. Something like that. Yeah, I think writing abstract or drawing abstract has this is certain quality, and it's a really good quality. I'm not going to say it's easier. Please don't. Please allow me to explain myself if I sound like that. It's not easier, but the thing is, it's easier to come out with something abstract because you're reaching parts of your brain that are a little bit random, right? So you're like randomizing ideas, and like the ideas are just jumping in your brain, and you like grab something from here and then grab something that is jumping in mid-air from there in your brain, and you smash it together, and then you get your abstract feeling or your abstract drawing or your abstract um, writing. So it kind of look like it's easier, but it is not, because what you are doing is very important, and that is going to help you a lot in the creative process. The more you practice what I told you that you should do, right? The more you practice like that, the more you learn how to access the random, like I did. It's exactly the same example that I did, that I was just like accessing random shits in my brain, like college girl, volleyball. She's not very good, but she wants to be good. And that she's not very good, she wants to be better, is probably something that came from this conversation, like something that is quick in my brain right there. So maybe during your day, you talk about coffee, so you start cafeteria, and then you talk about, I don't know, bank, and say, okay, a banker came into cafeteria uh, to plan how to make a bank robbery in his own bank. Boom, there is another script for you right there. See? So you are accessing the random shit on your brain like abstract writing, but placing it into your thingy writing, like in your conceptual writing of ideas that you can put into scripts. So it's a very valuable uh, what's the name of this? I don't know, very what a skill, very valuable skill to learn, to merge your abstract writing with your normal writing, and that I think that is what you can call creative writing. It's going to be very creative. You are creating on the spot random shit, and the key for that, the key for that experiment is, do not think too much about making it good. Do not think like this example that I told you, or this exercise example that I told you, that like practice 30 minutes every day for every week for, I don't know, 3 months, 2 months, maybe 6 months is too much, maybe a couple of months. The idea is that since you're doing it every fucking day, you start Monday and you want to write your best script right ever, your best script ever. When you reach Friday, you are whatever. Okay, there is this Formula One driver that he is penniless, and now he start doing a taxi. He's working like a taxi cab, but he has all the skills of a Formula One driver. So he becomes the best driver in the city, the best taxi cab driver in the city, because he reached from point A to point B super fast. And some clients are scared, and some clients are like, "Woohoo! This was just a great experience. I want you to drive me everywhere." And sometimes, in those travels, he takes the CEO of a company that day her car uh, was malfunctioning, and he falls in love with this CEO, which is a super hot woman. That's a script writing. A script in 3 minutes. Is that great script writing? I don't know. Maybe we can polish it up. Maybe we can swap sexes. Maybe the Formula One guy is a girl, and maybe the CEO is not a girl, is a guy. Maybe we can swap careers. Maybe it's not a Formula One guy, and a taxi driver, and maybe something else that is also related, and so on, so on, so on. So, so then you will have, you are not being preoccupied of making your best draft. What you are preoccupied is just to produce a draft, and that skill is going to help you a fucking lot because you are not afraid of throwing ideas, right? You're not afraid of just throwing ideas into the paper, boom, 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 and see what it sticks. And this is what some scriptwriters do. They make that exercise, that they make this like, I'm going to write something every day. I'm going to write something every day, and they just save them. They write whatever. This is the idea. Blah blah blah. Okay, get over with it. Next week, I'm going to write something about the mafia. Since next day, I'm going to write something about, I don't know, comedy, and they go on, go on, go on, go on like that. And they have a library of script writes by the end of, I don't know, 6 months. I don't know, 40 script writes strong maybe, and then go back to the scripts and read it, and they go like, this idea of the taxi cab driver, that is, there was a formula. In fact, I like that. I like that script. That this Formula One driver. That is, it's a taxi cab, and he falls in love with the CEO. Maybe one day he also drives the banker that wants to make a bank robbery on his own bank, right? So let's merge these two scripts together, and maybe the bank that they are making the robbery, it belongs to the CEO, so that it's not a CEO of a big company. Is She is the president of the bank, right? So he is in love with this girl, and also he needs the money, and he is making this alliance with the banker that wants to assault and make a bank robbery on his own bank, and he's going to be the getaway driver maybe. And then he realized that he probably is going to be robbing the bank of his own girlfriend because he has made advances, and maybe the relationship is happening. So he came into this conflict of interest. What should I do now? And probably some people, some bad people, has been hired into this hit to the bank, this what's the name of that, like, this heist to the bank. So and probably he's a little bit compromised, and this is dangerous people. So if he step back, he may be afraid of his life. So yeah, now I am probably 10 minutes into this script creation, and now the script is starting to look like some serious shit, isn't it? That's the exercise that I want you to do. That's the exercise. So these script writers, sometimes they get like, okay, I need a comedy, but I need to mix it up with something else. And they have this library of scripts that they have done, because and they have done without thinking too much, because it's just an exercise. But it pays a lot to make that exercise in the long run, because now they have a library of scripts that they can mix match very efficiently. I hope what I say makes sense. So now I'm writing the next drawing where Nina jumps across the flames to hit this guy, which has been softened a little bit by the flames. So now this punch probably is going to hurt him a little bit more than previous attempts from the team. That's the plan. That's the plan they have, or the plan that they are executing. And Nina is super badass. Nina is one of the team's muscle. This team has a lot of muscle, but she is one of the main muscles. So I'm going right now very carefully drawing her eyes and her face expression because I want her to look as badass as possible. I want her to look like she is going to make it. She's going to defeat this guy because I am playing with you guys. She's not. She's not going to defeat it. In fact, she's going to be hit back by the monster really hard, really strong. And that's another frame that I am not really. I don't feel that the frame is has a lot of potential right now, but it may happen like the other frame that I have that I thought it was a lame frame, but when I finish it, I think it's a great frame. So I have to see what happens. I have to make it to work the frame until the end and see if the result is good. And I don't like that because I don't have too much time to do that kind of experiments. There's not too much time to do that. Also, the light I think is hitting here. Well, I made some hints here that the light is like very one-sided here, and everything here is very shadowy. There's like a big contrast here on her face that I don't know if I want to resolve just yet. My thought process right now is like, let's see if the image when I ink it by the end it looks okay, and if it will need more inking, more detail, or maybe I can make those shadows not with the inking but with the colors. Remember that this is going to be fully colored, so there is another layer of information that I have to take into account. Did I change back previous fill layer? No, I didn't. I wasn't paying any attention of what we're doing. So this is done. Yeah, this is done. High contrast scene. Everything is really white with hard shadows. And the shadows probably they, they are going to be blue. This probably is going to be white with a little bit of yellow here, and then the flames all orange and yellow. This probably is going to be also very white, yellow, and oranges around here. I will do the flames on a second layer just to see which one is better. I can eventually isolate this layer on a second layer if I want. So I'm going to just draw her figure completely without the flames, and then the flames in another layer, and then the electricity in another layer, and then these lines in another layer. It's going to be several layers of inking. That means this is a complex drawing, a complex ink document. I did one of those recently for a game. I did some kind of undead girl, alchemist, and was it has several layers because it has a spell, it has some crystal vials, 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 and the crystal material. Uh, I had it white, inked in white, that eventually is going to be transparent, like white transparent with transparency. And yeah, the spell was on a different layer. And when I was coloring, also has different layers. Some layers for the skin color, some layers for the clothing color. But it's really complex document. And it took probably almost all my energy for the day. But I still draw that day until 3 a.m. in the morning. It's not easy, guys. It's not easy. You gotta sacrifice everything. You gotta sacrifice everything you have to have everything you want. Do you think it's for free? It is not. Never was. This booth, I want it to be really rounded, really beautiful booth. not want to sexualize her very much, but she's a vampire. She's a vampire, and we were talking about the archetypes aspects of the characters, and one of the archetype aspects of vampire is that vampires are really sexy. So she is sexy, got to be sexy, even though she's a muscle woman, and not everybody likes a lot of muscles on their women's. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Still, she has to be sexy. She has muscles because she trains every day. She got to have. She trains every day like a routine. She don't stop because she believes that her next adversary may train harder than her and can kill her. It's her life here on the table that we're talking about. So she takes her training really, really serious. And if you take your training really serious, there is no way around it. You will have a lot of muscles. It's not that you want the muscles are the result of what you want. What you wanted is to be better and stronger and faster. So it's not that she wants to have muscles, it's that her muscles is the result of her training. Mhm. No, I think I can erase these lines if this doesn't work. Maybe it does work. Maybe it does. I don't want to uh, fill up her face with too much noise, too much information about. Yeah, I'm going to take that. Just not yet. Just not yet. Let's see. Maybe after adding the blacks and seeing how everything looks with the blacks. Am I transmitting my sound, the sound of my computer? Like if I play some music, will bleed into the stream? You see, is music sounding right now? Can you hear music? I had a copyright strike for playing music, but ki- kind of need to hear something after hours of just drawing. So the music is bleeding into the audio. I will pause it then because I cannot have music. Cannot cannot play music in the stream. Thank you very much. Have a good one, you too. I hope you can practice and create the characters you love the way you wanted to create them and to be very successful with your creations. I really hope that. I really wish that for you, my friend. I think we need that. We need successful creators. Successful creators. We need more people, more ideas, more different ideas. Real diversity, not fake one. That's what we need. Not over-imposed diversity. Let me see if I get like a strike for that music that I play it right there. But I think I can hear it if I go back a couple of minutes. 1 second, guys. No, I cannot move this. Okay, no, I can't. Well, I don't know. I don't know, but I don't have any alerts, so probably we're fine. Probably maybe we're fine. How's it going? The YouTube channel. 3 hours already? 3 hours? It's too much. Too much. 3 hours. Well, no, it's fine. 3 hours, but I thought I was drawing for less time. I have done just two, one, well, just one frame, and this one. I need to go faster, but I cannot go faster because I want her to look badass. So Ah, ah. Are her boobies too big? What do you think? Tell me in the on the chat. Does her boobies look too big? See, this is what's great about vector graphics. Boom, boom. I think they are big. This looks very big. I think it looks as big as her head. Yeah, those are big. Sorry. If you're offended by big boobs, don't go to Russia. Is this shadow? No, no. Looks like shadow. Looks like dark. Let's just make everything black. Everything looks better in black. Everything. I will just make random black spots. Random black spots. And I think it's going to look awesome. Okay? Looks like a manga. Like a Japanese manga. If you ask me. But do you want to look like a Japanese manga? Well, yeah. They rock. They are badass. They are dynamic. They have fluidity to them. There's nothing fucking wrong with manga. Nothing. No, but the art so looks so weird and the art style is so childish. Yeah, but you can have all the benefits from the manga and don't have all the things that you think is not great for you. And you can be better artist yourself because you are combining shit, and that combination of shit, my friend, is your style. So you're having your own style. You're creating your own style. Wouldn't that be something good? I think it is. I very much think it is. Hmm. I think I want to make here like a quote and battle here. So she have these things that I think it's metal. These things are metal. This and this and this, and she uses two purposely with two purposes. One is defense, and the other one is offense. The defense is she blocks damage with this part of her gloves, right? Like a real fighter. She blocks damage there. And also she deals damage because when she charges everything with electricity, all this metal contributes to the electricity of the punch. The electricity I don't think comes from her. I don't think she's electrical. I think the electricity comes from the gloves. The gloves are charged and probably magically charged, like with a electricity spell, let's say. Electricity spell that allows her to do some shock damage to her opponents. That's how I think this works. Haven't asked to the scriptwriter because, to be honest, I don't think I need all that information. I think I'm okay with just electricity charged gloves. I think that's all I need to know to draw her properly. Going to go a little bit faster here. This is like a corset that I don't want it to be like this. I want it to be like this. So I am not going to make these shadows here. It will render her boobs more, but know how these things work. So this corset, what it does is it keeps them together and push them together. Uh, woman fighters have to use it so her boobs don't get hurt so easily and don't like move around. If they are a little bit bigger, they move quite a lot. So they don't want all that movement happening. She's fighting. She wants to be like all packed, all keep together and very tight, so she can move freely. She will have more movement freedom. Sounds counterintuitive, but it's not. She can punch her own booby if the boobies wiggle a lot. She don't want that. It may be hurtful, isn't it? And the other thing is that it's true. When I was fighting, I hit my own head with my knee one time. I I think I kick it. I roundhouse kick, and my flexibility was there, and I didn't knew I was so flexible, or that I reached that flexibility, and I hit my own chin with my own knee, almost knock out myself like a fucking noob, almost. I was like, oh, what the hell? I hit myself. So it's true. You can hit yourself fighting. So the more things are in control, the better in a fight. So women have to use this kind of corset that uh, push them boobs together and flat against her chest, so they don't move around too much and don't interfere with her fighting. Right? That's her design. So I want Nina to look badass as hell, jumping from the flames to deal some heavy critical shock damage. Boom. So easy. So easy to use. Looks so cool. Right? This is going to be a nice frame. Nice frame. This one is badass. This one is one that I will have like a poster of it. Probably that's the criteria that I use to see if something is badass. If I want this like to expand a little bit on top, I have like the title of the comic and this, and probably spine it a little bit to the bottom, and use like some special font for her name, like this, like Nina, something like this. Here, Nina, and 6 units, the name of the comic, in a poster, and it will look fucking fine. In fact, I am thinking on doing just that after I finish this comic. Grab some of the images and make them into merchandising images, and it will look fine. So that's how I think, or how I deduce that this is a badass frame. Not all frames are badass. Sadly, sadly, I am not at that level where everything I do is badass. In fact, it's fucking hard to do as badass shit. But at least some of them are coming up badass, and that's great. That's great. It's better to have some than none, don't you think? It's better to have some badassery in your life. Cannot be too bad. Her belt is so complicated shape. I don't know what the hell I was thinking when I designed it. Design her. I was thinking, Pedro, why why don't you just complicate yourself quite a fucking lot doing this design, yeah? Don't you think that is going to be a good idea? Just make everything complicated, Pedro. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to make everything complicated. This character. I think that's what I want to do. So that's Pedro from the past thinking, Pedro from present, Pedro saying, uh, mm, maybe not, maybe not such a great idea. But now I am neck deep into this comic, and I cannot undo those decisions. So they will stay. Those decisions will stay. Is this from 3D graphic? Is this a? This is not 3D graphic? I did this? I did this without 3D? I don't believe it. What the hell? This is not 3D. This is. I don't think so. Did I erase the 3D? Because I think she looks really cool. She looks like if I have full domain of her shape and muscles and proportions and everything. No, I don't think this is. I think there is a 3D, and I erased it by mistake. For those that are just watching, this you may be watching the replay, or you may be watching right now. and I get more views from replays than in the meantime. So I'm going to explain you what I mean with 3D. I'm going to explain you right now if you're watching after the fact. This is the 3D models. I made the 3D models based on 1 second. Based on a drawing that I had first, right? So the drawing that I have first, I have all the characters walking, and this is my design. This is my drawing, but I didn't have 3D, so they are not standardized. But I think in this drawing they look fairly cool, like the way they should look everywhere, right? Probably this guy is a little bit too much, too bulky. And the script writer told me he looks too bulky. I want her to be a little bit more like B-shaped. So that's where is where is it? Where is it? Where is this drawing? This one. Okay. This is the original drawing was a inks I made, right? Very nice. So this is Nina and this is Trish. And then I lay on top 3D models that fits them on size, weight, and the muscle, the boobs. I think her boobs are bigger than hers. And then I move it a little bit, but I try to fit them, like fit him in height approximately, and him in feeling in everything, like the proportions of his feet and everything. He's very standard human, and the doggy also. So once this was established, I saved each one of those. Like I saved this 3D character as the Nina character, and saved this as Tenkalik character, and this as the Trish character. So I have saved them on a library. So you can see my library over here, and this is the 3D library, right? The 3D library has character library, and in the character library you can see this is the Karina, also known as Nina character. So I can drop the Karina character, which is a 3D model. I just have a thumbnail of a drawing of her, so I know it's her because all the 3D models look pretty much alike. And throw the model over there. As you can see, here's the model. And now I can move it around and pose it. See, I will try to pose it. It's difficult to pose. It's not easy, but I can move her hand. See? I can move her hand and pose it her whatever I want. And she has and she's going to be standard. So I think I used that here because she looks so solid. She looks very solid. But I don't have the layer information here. So probably I didn't. So maybe this means that I am getting mastery of the character, getting mastery of the character. So eventually I will just don't need a 3D at all. I don't need to use the 3D. Like I like if this one, because I don't remember, I made these drawings several months ago, so I don't remember if this is 3D or not. If I have done it yesterday, I will remember, right? But if this one is not 3D, this is testament that I can draw straightforward without 3D graphics assistance, right? And I have done many of those. In fact, I think this drawing before, uh, not 3D at all. This drawing here, not 3D at all. This one, not 3D at all either. This one doesn't have, don't. I think any, this one has. This one has. I'm going to show you. Sample here. Pew. No, where is it? Here. Pew. That's the 3D. So you can see the 3D model in there. Doesn't fit quite exactly because I need the pose to be a little bit more extreme, but I use it just to frame the face into this frame, to place the face, to place the angle, and then I did the drawing. So this one, frame background, yes, that's all. The whole information, everything that you can see is what I did. So because I don't erase those 3D uh, reference in the frame because they are hard to pose. They are hard to pose, and I may need them again eventually in the future. So I save them. I save the information here. If I come back to this comic and I need her to make like this same jump and attack, but maybe from a different angle, but the same pose, I can just grab the 3D model and repurpose it, right? So it's going to save a lot of time for me. That's why I use 3D to save time. And but if I so that's why I don't erase it. Don't erase the 3D information. There's nothing to hide here. Like all my process is being is open for you guys to see, right? I am an open book for you to see all the process. I don't care because I don't think the process is what makes it to look good. And also, my process is nothing special. Like you can search for internet and how to do inking and how to use those 3D models, and you can find everything that I do on the internet from another artists that do it probably even better than me or just about the same as me, right? So there are not many that do it worse than me. You will find hard. You will find yourself uh, having hard time finding somebody that does this worse than I am. Probably, right? So what I'm doing here is base level shit. This is why I don't think is something special at all. It's something that you should be able to learn easily with a tutorial on internet. In fact, probably, maybe later I am documenting everything, and later I don't know, speed this up and make a tutorial about the process that is more digestible than hearing me talking shit for hours. That is not digestible at all. I know, I know. I am a hard sell. People don't want to hear this. They just want to see the final result. But if you are an artist and you're looking for a tutorial or something like that, maybe you will find value here. Maybe. Maybe you will say, Pero, that looks like shit. I don't see any value there. Your value is shit. Oh well, that's a fair opinion. That's a fair assessment of the situation. So I am surprised that this drawing doesn't have 3D information because it looks pretty solid. Pretty solid. The one that comes next doesn't. Looks pretty solid for me. In fact, I think it looks like shit. And I think I will have to redraw it a little bit to make it more impactful. Right now it's not impactful enough. This one over there. Can you see my mouse? Yeah. This one here, it looks like she barely reached and hit him. Barely. And I don't want that. I want her to really connect. So this is weak. This one is weak. Does this one have 3D information? Yes, this one has 3D informations and it's weak. And this one doesn't have 3D information and it's strong. Probably what I will have to do is get rid of that 3D graphic and do it again without 3D and see if it looks a little bit better. And sometimes what I do is make the drawing by hand, freehand, and then it may be the drawing freehand may be not super accurate in proportions of in the standard of the image, like it doesn't have the proportion of Nina or the height of her or the body mass. But in the drawing, in the drawing, it has all the feeling that I want her, like all the intention and the direction and all the feel in the drawing is okay. So then I use that drawing as a base and place the 3D graphic on top and try to align it with the first drawing. So then you get like all the best thing of both worlds. You get all the intention and the dynamism, all the dynamics that you want from the pencil, from the freehand, and then all the proportion and all the standardized things from the 3D. And with a mixture of those two, you make it a badass drawing. But that sounds fucking complicated. It kind of actually is. It is a complicated process. So I am not shitting you. Yes, it is. It is complicated. But sometimes you need that complicated thing to get your results. Sometimes you get like half-ass drawing if you use only pencils, and sometimes you get your half-ass drawing if you use only 3D. So to get the full picture, sometimes you need both at the same time, and that's complicated. complicated. Not complicated. A complex. It's complex. It's a complex process. It's not complicated. It's easy. It's easy, guys. This shit is easy. You may say, "Oh, Pedro, that drawing looks fucking hard to do." No, no, it's easy. Believe me. This shit is easy. It's just follow some basic fundamentals. Basic fundamentals. That's all. If you get your basic fundamentals, you can draw like this. Better than this. Way better than this. I am not super good. I am standard good or standard okay. That's my level. Standard okay. I'm like early game character level. Early game character level. I am not end game character level. Okay. But oh my god, does she looks fucking badass. Yes, she looks fucking badass. I love the dynamism on that pose. The curve that she's drawing. She's like a C. Can you see? It's like a C shape in the canvas or in the frame. She's like a C shape. I like that composition with her here. Very curvy. Oh my god, it's taking so long to save. Should I close sheets in my computer? Because now I feel that sending. Oh my god, somebody write me like in the morning. Somebody write me in the morning and I didn't see it. I'm gonna close some software so my streaming is not suffering too much. My computer is not suffering too much from quit. Exit. I think with that it's going to be a little bit better. What is this? So I have the software that is capturing the screen. I have obviously the browser, which is the one where I'm doing the streaming on YouTube. And I also have the other software. What's the name of this software? Twitch Studio, which is the one I'm using for the stream on Twitch. And I also have the Clip Studio Paint, which is where I'm working on. And that's it. Let's see if my computer doesn't explode. I know it's complex shit to broadcast. complex, complex shit. Many software, many applications open at the same time. Many applications open. I don't know what is this, but it looks cool. Circle, so I keep it. I haven't designed her weapon yet, so I am just flying this. I'm just improvising this. This is super improvised. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. It comes like over here. I have researched some automatic weapons before doing this. So I make some drawings, like just copying the weapon and all the things that it has, and then integrating a little bit of that information into what I am doing here. But what I'm doing here is just drawing from memory from those studies, and most likely this is not accurate with an automatic weapon. Also, everything here is fantasy. So if it's not accurate, actually is a good thing. This is why I'm purposely doing that, because it's not difficult at all. Just bring the picture of an automatic weapon and just draw that shit. Just draw what I saw. It's not a limitation that you have here at all. Uh, so if it does look like shit, it's because I wanted to look uh, not exactly as a real weapon, not exactly the same, reminiscent of a real weapon, but not a real weapon, because this is fantasy. What I should have done was design her weapon, like design the technology. To be honest with you guys, I was lazy. I just didn't. I didn't. I didn't do it. I'm going to make layer. Fire layer is a vector layer, and I'm going to make it probably super yellow like this. Ugh. Make it dark here. Let's make it orange, dark orange. Okay, this dark orange. And see the color, right? Should I make that? No, no. I'll make it black and then tint the layer dark orange like this. See? Okay. And I can tint it whatever I want. Let's draw some flames first. Let's draw some flames. This flame information comes from the pencils, and the pencils I did it really loose on purpose, because I just wanted like the feeling. What's the feeling behind those flames? But those were not the flames at all at the end. It's just how I want the drawing to feel. See, I am making different decisions here. Probably make it a little bit more complex. Just for it not to look like like something I did barely putting effort on it, but like more something with more effort. So you don't think it's cheap what I'm doing here, right? No, those flames looks like something that he does in a minute. Just just did it in a minute, but doesn't look like a minute. Maybe look a little bit more complex. So I can make it darker. See, can make it darker, and when I color it, I can make it even white if I want to. So that's the great thing about these inked tinted layers. Very excellent, excellent tool from Clip Studio Paint. I am not, this is not a paid promotion or anything. I am not sponsored by Clip Studio Paint at all. I just think it's the best software for artists, for comic artists right now. I think it's the best. At least for me. It's like they ask me, Pedro, what do you want on a software, on a drawing software? And I will just say my dream list. Oh, I want this and this and this. I know this is not possible. It wouldn't be cool if it had this, and this. And I make like, I don't know, my top five, top 10 sheets that I think it will be super fucking mega awesome to have on a drawing software. And they went like, okay, I'm going to get back to you in 6 months. And they deliver all those, all the items on that list, even better than what I thought they could work. And then I were like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And I think this is going to be fire in the back. I'm going to have fire in the back, and I'm going to have fire in the front. The fire background would be better. Fire background and then fire foreground. If that does make any sense. But Pedro, you don't have to name those layers for us. We understand what you're doing. I am not naming those layers for you. I am naming those layers for me because I know I'm going back into this drawing in some days when I will be doing the colors because I'm going to color this myself also, and I will not know what the hell I am looking at. It's just going to be some fucking random layers, right? And those names are going to help me to understand what the hell did I did here. So I have my standard, like I just have a capital I, which always is the inks. This one always is the inks. That's my standard mosquito. Then I have the capital B, which is always the black fills, right? When I'm filling the spotting the blacks, always, right? So I need this fire background, name it, because I won't know what the hell is this lane. And when I see this layer 15 doesn't have name because this is the draft, I'm going to hide this one and you will not see it. You will look, everything will look spotless clean, like here. See? Everything's so clean, so nice. And when I have some effects, it will be evident which layers are those. But I can have like all these effects on a folder. Okay? Have a folder. See? Those now are all in a folder that I can hide and show when I'm coloring. And I can save as sound effects. It's effects. It sounds like special effects, but it's just sound effects. Or maybe I can use T effects, which is text. T effects, which is text effects. And I can show and hide, so everything is coming together. So you can see this frame. I can hide it too. There is a feature from Clip Studio Paint also. I'm talking too much. And I have the text frame and the inks frame. So all the inks are on a single frame, and there is not black for this frame. No need to. See? That's how I organize my frames information. So these are frames in the background, but I will have some frames in the foreground, like here and here and here. Like she's coming into the flames, jumping into the flames to hit the monster with her power gloves. And it's basically what the dwarf is saying, and you use those power gloves at yours. But I don't know if make this like this or just like this. Like you cannot see who is saying that, but you understand that it's been said off screen by the dwarf. I have not decided that quite yet, which one is going to be better. One option is better than the other, but I don't know. It's okay not to know, guys. It's okay. Uh, just make your art, and then you have some questions about the art that are going to be answered after in the process. That is okay. Just remember to have to answer those questions, because it happens a lot that you just forgot that you have those questions, and then everything is foolish and you are like, oops, I think I didn't resolve this shit. I think this shit just went live without me fixing it. I think I made an oopsie. I made an oopsie here. I am feeling hungry, so probably I'm going to go to eat something. So that's going to be the end of that stream. This stream, sorry. My English is spotty. And I will come back to finish this drawing and maybe fixing this one tonight and maybe drawing this one too. I don't know, I need to draw a lot, probably 2 more hours or 3 more hours. And maybe those hours are going to be off screen, so I'm not going to stream everything. So maybe tomorrow when I stream again, Probably I'm going to be a couple of frames ahead. Maybe this one. This one looks like a cool one to start a stream with. So maybe I'm going to draw that one on the stream tomorrow. So I need to leave some of these flames. Maybe this side is going to be the foreground frames, right? And this other side is going to be the background frames. In the middle, will be the electricity. There needs to be some electricity frame. And I think that the electricity frame is behind her. So it's going to be on front of the background flames. Background flames are going to be in the background. In the middle is going to be the electricity frame. And then on top of everything else is going to be the foreground flames. That is going to be the order for this. So maybe I can save a screenshot of this. Maybe I can save a screenshot of this as a thumbnail for the stream. Let me see if I can do just that. It's the 67, so I'm moving forward. It's 90 frames. So 3 for 70, 23 frames. 23 frames and I finish. I need to work until I fall unconscious. That's the amount of work I have to do today. Fall unconscious. Let me see if I can select everything except my software. I don't need that. And maybe from this, I can make a screenshot, save it into my computer, and use this for the thumbnail. I'm going to eat something. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for your comments, for visiting, for saying hello, saying hi, like and subscribe. I'm going to do this until it's done, it's finished, and publish it. And probably I'm going to do a little bit more, um, more designs to move this on the social networks and bring more people into the project. That would be great. Okay. Thank you very much. Good night. Bye.